Live on Saturday afternoon, it's Belmont Park Live. Saturday Night Live skit, right, folks? How fast the week goes by. Here we are again, this time for the Belmont Derby contest. Hopefully everybody's got their best picks in, ready to go. Track looks pretty nice out there at Belmont today. The first race was supposed to be on the turf. It's off the turf. Maybe the later, more expensive races will stay on the turf. At least that's what David Aragona, the odds maker for NYRA for Belmont, the morning line odds that you see were made by him. He was on our Players Edge podcast this week. Great show, some great insights and how he thinks and how he sets the line. If you haven't checked it out yet, go to horseracingradar.com and make sure you give it a view. It's well worth your time, and along with our picks for the big stakes races later in the day. For the contest, it's growing. We got about 150 people so far today, so you're going to have to be on your A game to go ahead and win today. So hopefully I'm on my A game. It's been kind of a crazy day to get started. One of those days, I'm sure we've all had them, where absolutely nothing seemingly wanted to work right. My kids bought me a wireless speaker for my birthday. Very nice of them. Thank you very much. I love them both dearly. And when I turned it on, it shut off my Wi-Fi extender. So I'm like, what is wrong with my computer? Why is the internet not working? So turned it off. The internet came back on. So apparently I cannot listen to music and work at the same time. And then my dog, I brought her outside so that she can make sure she's done all the things she needs to do and relax while we do the show. She's laying down next to me, keeps me great company. But she didn't want to come back inside. It's a beautiful day in Chicago. I try to coax her with a milk bone. She doesn't want to come inside. So, it's one of those days. And then I woke up and allergies are just running rampant. So my eyes are watering. My nose is itchy. If I cough, please forgive me. I've taken the Claritin. Hopefully it kicks in and works. And I've taken a look at the card. Hopefully we got some nice winners today. That's the goal. Tom and I hit some nice winners. I had a nice, hopefully, and this carries through, nice trifecta today in England in the July Cup, a great race over there at Newmarket Racetrack. Hopefully you checked out those international picks. Tom and I have been hitting pretty good on those, and it gives you something to do while you wait for this show on Saturday morning. It was like $122 trifecta, so I was pretty happy about that in a good field, and I hope that carries through starting here in race one. So race number one is a maiden $90,000. That's not the one I wanted. It is 6 furlongs. It's on the main track. As I said, it's been moved off of the turf. At least race one has been. It got quite a few scratches here. The 4 scratch, the 5 scratch, the 6 scratch, and the 8 is scratched. The 3 horse is the only horse that's run before. And in that run, it wasn't the best of runs. So was Bet okay coming out of the gates? Started off with some speed, then backed up. I would have liked to see some change. They intended to change by moving him to grass, but of course the weather from Elsa had some different plans. So maybe it makes a difference. Maybe it doesn't. It's getting first-time blinkers today. Maybe that makes a difference, as he did get off to a little bit of a good start in his debut, but then just went straight backwards. The Michael Jackson moonwalk. I think under that circumstance, you got to kind of toss them out and then look at the first-time starters, which gives us the 1, the 2, the 7, and the 9. The 7 and the 9, neither of which have shown really much in their workouts. So by process of elimination, you got to toss the 7 and the 9, though I would prefer the 9 maybe over the 7. Seems like it has a little bit better breeding numbers, a little bit better workouts, but neither one of them is really. It's a lot more expensive, $140,000. So starting up, I would prefer over Flip the Script, but that really leaves the 1 and the 2, and the bettors are on the 1 and the 2. Early on, Fort Ticonderoga took on all of the money with Jose Ortiz and Claude McGahee, and now Jeff Doctor has taken on the money. So I was going to take the 2 horse anyway, since the odds have changed. But the reason is, even though the 1 horse Fort Ticonderoga ran a bullet here last time out at Belmont, July 7th, 4 furlongs on the mud, 49.2, fastest of 4, but it's on the mud, right? So we got to look at the 2 horse here. So if you go back to here 4 furlongs, 48-3. Still a good time, but here we have the 2-horse on July 4th running the same 4 furlongs in 48. So the workouts are a little bit better on the 2-horse than they are the 1-horse. I expect the 2-horse to be a little bit faster, get to the lead. I don't really think the 3, the 7, or the 9 are going to challenge. So it's between the 1 and the 2. The 2 has the better workouts. I'm going to go with the 2. I'm going to go 2, 1, 3, 9, and 7. We'll see how they line up. Good luck with your picks in the contest. And of course, as always, good luck with your picks. And may you cash some tickets. And one other thing real quick before we move on, because we have a few more minutes before it's 2 minutes to post here. You can comment in the comment section, or you can open up the view in YouTube and comment there as well. I would really appreciate some feedback. It would be awesome to get. And maybe we can have an ongoing conversation throughout the day, what we like, what we don't like. Hopefully, we'll have some guests today. Maybe Terry will join us. Maybe Sean will join us live from Delaware Park. We put together a nice preview of the Delaware Handicap. You might want to go check that out with Tom and Tom, who works at Delaware, and gave us some insights as to how the track is playing and which horses might make sense to bet in the Delaware Handicap. So we have a long packed day. You have horse racing, you have baseball, you of course have Conor McGregor and Dustin Poirier. We'll get into that a little bit later on. And maybe the biggest sporting event of the day, at least on this side of the planet, Brazil versus Argentina. So there's a lot to do today. Thank you for being here. Good luck with the contest and good luck at the races. I don't know how much to read into that last race, whether it's going to be a speed bias on the muddy main track, which is muddy right now. If it remains sunny there, maybe it gets upgraded a little bit later on today. Or if Dr. Jeff was just that much better than everybody else in that field, because the 2-horse made easy work of everybody else. The 9 and the 3 really didn't make much of an effort at all. The 3's race was much like its first one, went straight back. The 7 and it was engaged early. The 9 a little bit wide, made it for a tough race for a first-time starter. But 2 impressive, easy win on the lead. 61 people out of the about 150 that are in the contest had the 2-horse. I think the second race is going to be a little bit more difficult. Right now, the 8-horse is the 3-1 favorite, so it's really not a lock or a real heavy favorite according to the betting public and the early money so far. So we'll see if we can weed out of this and find some value, because when you have a 3-1 favorite, that means there's an opportunity to cash a nice ticket. We'll see how it all lines up. About 10 minutes to post. See you then. So the track's already been upgraded to good for race number 2. We have a couple of scratches here, and that is the 3 and the 4. They'll be running 6 furlongs on the main track, and it's a distance that is favored speed, and it's also given the rail horse a big advantage. Hence, the rail horse is one of the favorites, the 1 horse at 5-2, along with the 8 sharing those honors at 5-2. The rest of the field is kind of spread out, with the 13 and the 2 also getting some play. So this is I think pretty much a wide open race. The last race, like I said, I don't really know how much emphasis to put on speed winning, but in the 57 races at the distance so far, 70% of them have been won by speed, and a full 37% have gone wire to wire. So I feel like pace is going to play a very important role in this race. And so you kind of want to see which horses are going to get out early to have a sense of which ones might actually be able to take advantage of the track bias and then find their way into the winner's circle. So according to my pace analysis, the 1 and the 9 are the 2 that should get out to the front, and they'll be followed kind of closely by the 2, the 8, the 7, and the 12. And then as far as when they're coming down the stretch, the 6, the 1, and the 13 have shown to have the best or the most consistent late punch, followed by the 8, 11, and 12. So you hear a couple of numbers in there that are amongst the favorites on the board, and probably the favorites amongst the betting public as well as the contest picks. So let's take a look at each horse in the field and see which one of them might actually be the winner, and then go ahead and make our picks. So we're going to look at race 2. Financial Stability is the number 1 horse. As I mentioned, it's a horse that I expect should be able to get out of the gates in a pretty good fashion. The horse is dropping a little bit in class from its last start. Purse last time out was $55,000. Now it's $28,000. Rudy Rodriguez in these big class drop wins at about 20%. So you got a big class drop, a horse that should show speed at a distance and surface that usually favors speed, and then you have the rail winning at 19%. The only thing that concerns me a little bit here is that he's got 1 second in 5 tries at Belmont Park. The 2 horse is Summer Bourbon. Summer Bourbon is also dropping in class and has had 3 consecutive speed increases. So this is a horse that's kind of on the rise. That's probably why you're seeing it get a little bit of play. That up 3 can be a curse, because that 4th one is usually a pop higher or a bust. So, I mean, statistically speaking, it doesn't always work out that way. But when you look back through statistics, 4 increases in a row is kind of a difficult thing to achieve. Here you can see the horse did the same thing: 75, 86, 89, and then dropped back to 84, 78, 63. So cycled up, cycled down. The question is Summer Bourbon at the top of the cycle? Does he have another leg up, or is he going to cycle back down? The 3 and the 4, as I mentioned, are scratched. That brings us to the 5 horse. Tail of Mist is 20-1 on the board. 21 morning line. Right now, the horse is going at 17-1. So it's taking a little bit of action, probably more a reflection of 2 scratches than anybody really favoring this horse. Although I do think the 5 horse does offer some value. I can see the horse running better than 17-1 odds. 5 horse has Tail of Mist. I got to find him here real quick. Is also dropping in class, but that's really about it. Has run okay at Belmont with 4 wins, 3 seconds, and 4 thirds in 22 races. But Randy Persuade has only won 2%, 1 race in 49. Jalen Samuel, only a 4% winner. So really more of a back-end horse than anything that you would really want to put on the front of your ticket. Number 6, Vickers Legend, is probably a toss for me. Hasn't had has one quality start in its last 10 races. So that's pretty easy. 0 for 17 at Belmont with a 2nd and 3 thirds. Maybe a little bit of a liking to an off track. Probably the only reason I might consider the 6 horse, but beyond that, nothing. The 7 horse, Hooray for Harvey. is another horse that might do a little bit better. Last time out, I do like this right here. So this might be one that you might want to consider as a long shot. At first start off a layoff, at the first call was fourth. And then at the first call last time, he was first. Second call, sixth. Next call, first. So you can see stepping up the ladder. So if he steps up the ladder one more time, the 7 horse could be competitive in this field. Third time off a layoff, perhaps last time out, third time off a layoff was a little bit better than the second one, but not quite as good as the first one. So kind of following a different path this time around. Clear the Mind is one of the favorites. I think it'll be in close to the lead, not necessarily on the lead, tracking the leaders, and then try to close down at the end of the race. Dropping in class last time out, the horse ran for the 28, hold on a second, 36,000, running for 28,000, was claimed in the drop. So that's sometimes a little bit of a red flag, if you will, claiming a drop. But based upon the claiming price, the pool size, the pool here, so the winner's take of the $28,000 purse, if he goes ahead and wins and does get claimed, the trainer will turn a little bit of a profit. So the claim and drop doesn't really concern me as much as it might somewhere else. Ran a pretty nice race last time out. Should be close to the front. Try to close in. Definitely one of the favorites that you got to look at. Number 9, Skylar Scramjet. Again, this is a horse I think should press the early pace and then just kind of tail off. Although does have a couple of recent bullet workouts here at Belmont. So I am wondering if maybe this is a horse that's finding its form. I do want to see a horse that does a little bit better than speed and fade. I want to see the horse perhaps put together a really solid race before it beats me. But the 9 horse is one that could get to the front. That's what the pace analysis says. The bullet work says it can get to the front. If it can get to the front and stay to the front, maybe can pull off the upset. Number 10, No Lime, is a horse that doesn't really have a whole lot going for it, to be honest with you. 1 race on the turf, 2 races at Belmont, has 1 win, 2 wins in the last 12 races. The only reason I might consider No Lime is right here. It's first time gelded, which can sometimes be can wake a horse up. And then since being gelded, it looks like the horse did react nicely to put in a nice bullet work here. So first time gelded, bullet workout, possibly, but I would want to see a race out of this horse again under its new circumstances and see if it can hold out. Number 11, Real Dan, hasn't really run a good race at all in the last 10. It's 0 for 8 at Belmont, 0 for 9 in 2020, 0 for 9 in 2021. This horse might be dropping in class, but if you drop any money on it, you might as well just burn it. Number 12, Freudian Slip, is another, I think, that can offer value for horse players here. Second after a claim for Carl Broberg is a 28% angle. The horse did show a little bit of speed. This is the second time off a layoff. The horse typically, at least in the last year or 2, hasn't been able to make it 2 consecutive races in a row. So this will be the second race. The last time it made it through a 2-race cycle, it did step a little bit back in the second start. So I do think at its best, Freudian Slip, if you look back here, does have the back class. If it can run this race it ran in November 2019 at Aqueduct, can win this race. Number 13 is another favorite of the bettors. That is Winning Drive, a horse that should be close to the front. I'm not a big fan of the Parks to Belmont angle. Hasn't run at Belmont before, although does have 5 wins and 9 races at the distance. Again, I'm not a big fan of that Parks to Belmont angle. In fact, when we talked to David Aragona, he wasn't really a big fan of that angle either. So how am I going to play it? Well, I'm going to go with the 8 over the 1, the 2, and the 5. 8, 1, 2, 5. Good luck with your bets and good luck at the races. Maybe the observation after the second race is that speed is going to hold up. The horses that got to the front, at least the two quality ones, the 2 and the 1, stayed there all the way around the track, and then some shuffling behind them to figure out who's going to win the exacta, who going to fill out the trifecta and the superfecta. Hopefully, if you had the 8, the 1, and the 13, you added the 6 horse to fill out that superfecta. It made for a big one, 10-cent superfecta, paid $265.40. Considering that the 2 was the 4th pick, the 1 was the 2nd choice or the 1st choice, and then the 13 was the 4th choice. And you got everybody but one of the favorites in there, and then a long shot on the board. So it's possible. My 2nd pick and 3rd pick combined for a exacta, 2-1 exacta, $22.80. The 8 horse didn't fire. It does look like after that, I will be putting speed horses, a little bit more emphasis on them, especially on the dirt and on the 1-turn races for right now. We'll see how that plays out in race number 3, which is 1 mile. Again, 1 turn, though, at Belmont, because they have that real long back stretch. And hopefully we'll be able to identify which horses will get to the front, stay to the front, and find their way to a winner's check and a photo session in the winner's circle. We'll see you 10 minutes to post. Race 3, 1 mile on the main track, 6 horses, 1 turn. The distance and surface has favored, well, at least for the 80, this is an $80,000 allowance race, sorry, for horses that were fillies and mares that were foiled in New York State or approved by the New York State Bred Registry, which have never won $13,000 other than maiden claiming starter, not have won 2 races. Speed has been the way at the distance. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, we see speed playing out pretty well in the first 2 races. Roughly 60% of the horses have won, were labeled early speed in about 50 races at the distance meet to date. Not that many went wire to wire, a small fraction of them, I think about 15 to 17%, somewhere in there. But most of the horses really tactical speed, I would say. They're second or third, maybe fourth at the quarter pole, second, maybe first, third, somewhere in that range at the half-mile marker, and then they go ahead and cruise home for the victory. So as pace is important, the way I see it, the 6, the 2, and the 1 will probably break out on top. They're joined by the 3 sitting right behind them, and then the 4 and the 5 trailing. On the way home, the 3, the 5 have the best late legs, and then the 1, the 4, and the 6 are kind of grouped together for these ladies. The 2 horse will be not near the front in the beginning and won't have much legs to get home late at the end. So that pretty much, I think, eliminates the 2 horse. But anyway, we'll take a look at the field and see what we like here. If there's any opportunities to maybe find some value. The 1 horse right now is currently one of the co-favorites. If I had a chance at 2-1, making a second start for trainer Robert Falcon, who has won 26% so far, teaming up with Louis Saez. The duo are 0 for 2 together so far. The horse last time out showed some late legs, tends to get off to a little bit of a slower start, although based upon the pace of the other horses in the field, there's really not a lot of what I'd call blistering speed coming out of the gates. So if I had a chance, probably does have a chance here. I would expect that you're going to see the horse do well. The trainer Falcon does win 30% when going from sprint to a route. It's a pretty good angle. The 2 horse, Sweeter, did show a little bit of speed. Tried to last time out, a little closer than normal on a sloppy track. Manny Franco gets on. He's usually pretty aggressive up front. The horse has raced 4 times, 3 times at Belmont, where he's run his best with a win and a third in 3 races. So maybe the 1 horse can, the 2 horse can run better than his current 9-1 odds, 15-1 odds on the morning line. Pay grade, the 3 horse is dropping in class. Last time out, ran in a non-graded for $125,000. Again, this time they're running for $80,000. Race before that in the mud, broke her maiden, running away from the pack with Eric Cancel in the irons. He's back. That was the best race. The race before that finished second by a head, the maiden race. This is a horse that I think you really have to contend with and is the current favorite, although the odds have come up a little bit from the morning line at 9-5 to 2-1. The horse has raced at the distance 3 times with a win, a place, and a third. So clearly likes a mile. Horse that you have to consider, shouldn't be too far off the pace early on, and is most likely the one that'll be charging hardest late. And I think the jockeys are probably aware of what we've seen in the first 2 races, so I wouldn't even be surprised if Eric Cancel moves her a little bit more forward, much like he did when they won. He went wire to wire in the maiden score at Aqueduct back in March. The 4 horse, Karamoka, has one good race in the last 6, broke its maiden in the debut at Aqueduct, smashing Lee at 99-1. I hope you had him on that day. And then he lived up to 99-1 for the next 4 starts, and then surprised again at a mile on Belmont. So the horse could jump up and surprise people. Closed on the last win, showed speed in the first win. If he beats you, he beats you. I'm not going to put him on my ticket. Number 5, Destination Winner Circle. Yeah, it's abbreviation. Got to sometimes phonetically pronounce those out. This is a horse that's getting some play. Last time out, got off to a decent start on the turf, kind of faded. Race before that did break its maiden at Aqueduct at a mile. At the distance, has a win and a second and 3 tries. On the faster track, he has got to win a place in a show in 4 starts, but hasn't shown that he can run in the mud. And that turf start, if you like a little bit of a heavier track, that fade kind of concerns me a little bit, because a muddy track or a good track in turf, many jockeys have told us that's the similarity. That's what you're looking for. If a horse is making a first start on turf and he's done well on the muddy track, there is some correlation. At least that's what jockeys have told us. Number 6 is OK Honey. Ran the top last race speed figure, was at Belmont. I would expect that you'll see him be a part of the early pace too, maybe hugging the 3 horse somewhere in there. I think you're going to see, well, actually, I think the 6 horse could be on the lead, even though it doesn't look that way in the numbers. But I'm a little concerned with 8 races at Belmont, just 3/3. It does kind of have like an off and on record, runs a good race, runs a bad race, runs a good race. The workout sense have only been okay since his last start. I would like to have seen some faster works in there, middle of the pack. Raced at the distance 15 times with only 1 win. So maybe he can win a second time and 16 starts at the distance. Only 3 wins in 48 races lifetime. I think it's a little bit over bet in terms of where the action is at on the horse. So for me, I'm going to go with the 3 horse. I'm going to go 3 because pace is working out, and I expect the 6 horse to be in the early pace. I'm going to go 3, 6, 1, and 5. I think the 2 and the 4 horse probably have a little bit too much work to do to get involved in there. It's going to be some combination of the 3, 6, 1, and 5. I like the class drop. Like the fact that the 3 horse is going to be sitting, could be right on the pace, but will be involved in the early pace. Does have the strongest late legs. And when Eric Cancel rode him last time, smoked the field. So I'm looking for a repeat performance of that. And then 3, 6, 1, 5. Good luck with your tickets. We'll see how they line up when it goes official. surprisingly, that 3-1 exacta paid $9.70. The two favorites and probably paid a little bit more than I expected it would. And the 3 did get out a little sharper than it did in some of the other races, did sort of repeat the maiden win. But you could see the jockey Eric Cancel struggling a little bit trying to get that horse to straighten out. And it looked for sure like the one was going to get up and get by, but that outer lane just labored and labored and labored and labored, and the 3 was able to regroup and then find its way to the wire first. And then the 5 and the 6 just kind of battling out for third and fourth, kind of hoping the 6 would come home so that you got a little better exacta or trifecta payout. But it was pretty clear those were the 4 horses that were involved. Maybe the 4 horse splitting between the 3 and the 6, making the 6 go wide, might have been the difference between the 6 getting third and the 6 kind of fading to fourth behind the 5 horse. As the contest stands right now, we have 8 people that have the lead tied at 13 points, and then another 29 that are in second place tied with 10. Nobody's perfect through 3, so it's a wide open contest from here going forward with a bunch of races left. We'll see if we can go ahead and notch another winner in race number 4. We'll see you 10 minutes to post. Race 3, 4. It's right in front of me. 4. It's old man's disease right there. 6.5 furlongs back to speed. And we'll take a look at this field. I think right now, only the 4 horses scratched. So we have a full field of 8 runners. Started off with King Angelo, the 1 horse. He's 9-2 morning line. Gets to ride the rail, which is winning at a pretty hot 31%. Probably one of the reasons why you're seeing him bet down. 4 races lifetime, a second, and 2/3. The horse should show a little bit of speed. Speed has been the key for the first 3 races. So understanding which horses are going to be where on the track, much like David Aragona explained to us or said to us was one of the ways he handicaps races is important. So looking at the early pace, I have the 5, the 2, and the 3 look like they're going to be the pace setters to me. The 5 horse is a little bit of a price right now at 9-1. And then right behind that group will be the 8, the 1, and the 9. So the 5, 2, 3 should be the rabbits with the 8, 1, 9 chasing. As for late pace, you're going to have the 2 horse Water's Edge and the 8 horse showing the most leg late. And then the 1, the 9, and the 3 kind of trailing that group. So of the horses that are in both the early pace and the late pace numbers, the one that stands out there is 2, who right now is 3-2 favorite, down from 5-2 morning line. So it looks like he's taking some action in his second lifetime start. There you can see, if you're watching on TV, Jose Ortiz getting on board as they come out to the track. King Angelo should show some speed. The 2 horse last time out showed some speed as well. Was a little bit faster than the 1 horse was, who's going back from turf to dirt. Water's Edge staying on dirt, ran one of the top last race speed figures, and I believe did run the top debut speed figure for any of the horses in this field. And then Sense has put in a couple decent workouts, so I'd expect to see some improvement from Water's Edge. Obviously, the bettors expect to see some improvement out of Water's Edge as well. Tivoli Twirl, a horse that is making the second start off a layoff. Last time out at Belmont, ran its best speed figure ever, showed some good late pace with Joel Rosario. John Velasquez has taken the mount today. Second layoff for John Terranova is a 23% winner. So the 3 horse could show some here as well. Workouts have been a little bit better than average since the last time the horse is out, but 3 races lifetime. Hasn't won a race yet, but the last race was absolutely a quality start. And perhaps the 3 horse at 7-1 can be a horse that surprises. 4 horse, 42 Ace is 42, 86th. Mr. 5 Buckley, 10-1, a horse that should show some early pace. Last time out, finished second, the 3rd by 3, but did run for the first 6 furlongs fairly well. Second, right off the winner's tail, and then kind of faded a little bit to the end. Last time it ran a second race following first race, a 2-race cycle, improved mildly in the second race. Mild improvement here might be enough to get the job done. Belmont 2 times and ran 3rd both times. So I'm expecting Manny Franco to get this horse out towards the front and then try to hold on late. It doesn't really have the late legs that I would like to see, but should have more endurance in round 2 than it did in round 1. And last time out did manage to put the best late pace figures on the board. Number 6, Gold Panda, 6-1. Joel Rosario, as we mentioned, getting off one of the horses and riding here Gold Panda, making the first time start. I do like what I see here. July 1st, you have Bullet. June 23rd, Bullet. Back here, May 20th, Bullet. The horses put in 5, 9, 13, 17, 22 furlongs of workouts. 3 of them have been bullets. I think you're going to see Gold Panda factor in this race, and that's why I think you're seeing it get a little bit of action. Charlton Baker, first-time starters, won 7 out of 70. Not the best in terms of win percentages at 10, but considering the rest of the field, I think the 6 could be near the pace based upon those workouts. And if he is, we'll see what kind of late pace figures he can bring into the table. But maybe the first-time starter you might want to consider here. 7 horse is a first-time starter on the other end of that poll. Not working out very well at all. Not taking any action at all. 30-1 has actually gone up. So I'm going to pass on this horse. Great handicapping right there for sure. Number 8, Blitz to Win. Did run the last race, highest last race speed figure last time out. Is the second favorite. Is making the third start off the layoff. And again, I do like what I see here with the horse going from 8th at the quarter pole to 5th in the rein 2, from 7th to 5th to 4th to 3rd, 4th to 2nd. The horse is stepping up the performance ladder. I'd expect to see the horse do better here as well in the third start off a layoff. Fractions were a little bit quicker last time out, but not by a whole lot. So maybe not by a whole lot, but still a half furlong longer in terms of a race. So it's kind of a sneaky improvement, not one that kind of goes pow off the page, but one if you kind of dig in a little bit deeper, scratch like a scratch-off ticket, you see some improvement there. Number 9, One Whirlwind Ride, is another horse that's the longest shot on the board that's not taking much in the way of action. Last time out, ran at Monmouth, the whole non-whip thing. That's a bit concerning. Real quickly, let me rewind back. One of the things that I like that I see is a couple horses are working out without their trainers in the pre-race warm-up. The 2 horses working out without the accompanying horse, and the 6 horses. And I've heard from a couple jockeys on the Player's Edge podcast, when they get on a horse and the horse feels really good to them, kind of like a pitcher on the warm-up session in the bullpen, when they feel like they got their stuff, they said they'll take the horse away from the accompanying horse and then work them off on the side. So when I see that, that tells me the jockey themselves feels like they're sitting on a good horse today. So I see that with the 2 and the 6. Surprisingly, the 2 and the 6, or not surprisingly, are in my picks. I'm going to go, in terms of laying this race out, I'm going to go 2, 6, 8, and 5. We'll see how they line up when it goes official. Good luck with your tickets. And, of course, always good luck with your bets at the track, right? That's more important. See you when it's official. That kind of changed the standings in the contest around a little bit. Again, speed, 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 speed. It's been all speed in all four races. So obviously, the horses that get to the front, get to the winner's circle is kind of the handicapping of the day. Although I would keep an eye out on that 6 horse. It did get off to a kind of a slow start and did rally kind of hard. I think if the horse got off to a better start, it would have been a lot more competitive than it was. So make sure you put that one in your horses to watch file. Right now we have Cisic, Donaldo, and Juanaldinho, number 10. Juanaldinho, obviously a soccer player, I would guess, and he thinks he's the 10, or maybe he is the 10. Haven't seen him play, but with a name like Juanaldinho, I'm guessing Juanaldinho 10, I'm guessing he's all in on Brazil in the Copa America this evening. If you don't watch soccer, Brazil, Argentina, you've got to watch soccer. You have two of the best players on the planet, Lionel Messi, trying to finally win a trophy for his country, Argentina. He's been one of the best two players on the planet for the last decade. The other gentleman, Neymar from Brazil, is trying to get into that conversation, although I don't know if he's going to get into that conversation because there's a very sturdy young man who has a World Cup trophy in his on his mantle already. Mbappe in France. I'm going to be watching that game tonight. I can't wait for it. Personally, it's going to be a tight game. Both teams are high quality. I took Argentina plus 160, draw, no bet. I think there's a good chance the game goes to penalties. But I just have this feeling like Lionel's finally going to get it. They're playing in Rio de Janeiro. There are no fans in the stands, so I think that takes away one of the elements for the Brazilians, and that's to have the home field advantage. It won't be home field advantage. It's going to be a friendly with no fans. I think that Lionel finally gets it done. Take Argentina plus 160, draw, no bet. If they go to penalties, you just get your money back. In any case, that's how it lays out right now. That's my thoughts on soccer. That's probably not why you came here. We'll see what my thoughts are on race 5, 10 minutes to post. See you then. I put the bat signal out, and it looks like it takes about 4 races for it to make its way out to the West Coast. We have a special guest with us today, Terry Hollywood. Hey, Terry, how you doing?
I'm doing really good. I'm excited to be here. So,
good. Are you going to be with us for a while, or is just kind of like a pop in, say hello, make a pick, make me look bad, and leave?
no, I'm going to try to stick around for a while. So,
all right, fantastic. So we're in the race number 5. It's again 6.5 furlongs, allowance of 80,000. I feel like I've seen this race a couple times already today because we have. And again, early on, all we've seen is speed. So looking at the early pace, I have the 7, 5, the 3, and the 1 kind of all in a group together. I don't know which one necessarily is going to take the lead, but I'd expect you'll see those 4 try to assume the role of the pulling the string. How do you see the early pace playing out, Terry?
Yeah, I do. I think the 5 is going to really go out on top, and with the speed doing really well today, I think it's going to be pretty good. As a matter of fact, I actually put this horse in my guest handicapping.
You got to hit the mute button there, Terry.
Yeah, I just got it.
Yeah, you can see the delay, how long it is between us pressing play and when it finally shows up on YouTube or on the on your computer screen. So there's a little bit of a delay that I should be able to use if I misspeak to correct myself. But unfortunately, by the time my phone rings, that delay has gone.
Yeah.
So you like the 5 horse to get up towards the lead. On the late pace, I see the 1 and the 6 having more late pace than anybody else. And then the 2, the 3, the 4, and the 5 should be right behind them with a little bit of juice at the latter part of the race. So let's go ahead and get rolling on these horses, Terry. The number 1 horse, Trini Luck. What do you see there?
Well, Trini Luck has the highest Byron number of anybody in the race, and this horse likes to the filly likes to run, I think, close to the pace and come from behind. So come off the pace. I think we're going to try to do the same thing today.
Yeah, well, it's the 3rd time off a layoff. You're right, tied for the highest last race speed figure. Maybe improves in the 3rd time off a layoff. Both speed figures are lower than the debut speed figure, so that tells me Trini Luck does have some upside and does ride a 31% winning rail. Fair Lassie is 14-1 on the board right now, 15-1. Good jockey in Tyler Gaffleone. What do you see in the 2 horse?
Well, I think this 2 horse is going to improve off of dropping back from a mile to 6.5 furlongs. She looks like she likes the shorter distance, and I think she can be very competitive today. As a matter of fact, she's actually my 3rd pick.
All right. Well, the 2 horse has raced well at Belmont, 3 times, 2 wins. And in 20 races elsewhere, my math is just tremendous, 3 wins, and loves the distance, 10 times, 4 wins, 2 seconds, and a third. So maybe there is some value in the 2 horse.
Yeah, and she also has a really good workout on July 5th, where she was had the 9th best workout of 140 horses. So
that's a lot of horses to be running against.
Mm-hmm.
So in 2020, after 2020 and all the abuse Karens got, is there such thing as a beautiful Karen anymore? I don't know. I almost be afraid to be named Karen now.
Yeah, I don't think she's going to do real well here. She's got a poor record at this track, and she did go with the speed for 6 furlongs, but really faltered coming into the stretch last time out. So,
but I do like the improvement, because in the first race off a layoff at the quarter pole was 8th. The second race off a layoff was 3rd. Third race off a layoff was 1st, and that trend line goes up like walking upstairs. So if there's any endurance in the 3 horse at all, and it does have some late pace figures for Linda Rice, maybe it can show some improvement here today. Number 4, Stimulus Check. Everybody's got one of those.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, drops in class today, had a sharp workout on July 6th, and likes to come from close to the pace again, just like the number 1 horse. So.
Yeah, it was beaten as the favorite at this at a lower level, at a higher level last time out, as you mentioned. The one thing the fractions were a little bit dull in that race, not what I wanted to see. So I would like to see improvement, but this filly is making her 3-year-old debut. Sometimes the biggest jump for horses come between 2 years old and 3 years old. So the drop in class, the sharp workout, the bigger, stronger, faster version of Stimulus Check might be a horse to contend with. Number 5, Terry is talking about My Best Friend coming in from Parks. I'm not the greatest fan of horses coming from Parks to Belmont or from what I would call a non-top tier track to a top tier track. But do you think they can make the jump?
I do, and I like this horse a lot. It's my guest handicap pick of the day. It's won 2 races in a row, and of course, one was from last year, but won its first race out and led all the way, won easily. Has the highest last space rating, the tie, and I like the early speed style that really helps the chances.
Yeah, working pretty well today. The one thing I am encouraged by is Ruben Silvera is coming up from Philadelphia to make this ride, and it's only one of 3 mounts today. So I'm sure if he had, and I don't think they're running. Do they run at Parks on Saturday? I'm not even 100% sure, but if he were to stay at Parks, then he probably would have been. Yeah, I don't think Parks is running today, so he didn't have anything else to do anyway. So, but it is good that he came up with the horse. I still think because they could have taken a local jockey here too. Number 6, Coffee Bar, is the heavy favorite right now at 3-2. Is he going to live up to 3-2, Terry?
Well, he's my second choice. He does drop down or she drops down in class, and she has a hot jockey with Says, who actually has a record in the last 7 days of 31 mounts, and he was in the money with 20 of those, winning 11 of those races. So
it's never missed the board in 3 races, and each race successively got better. The speed figures went up. The fractions last time out were sneakily better because it went from a mile to a mile and a 16th. Although the 6 furlong number was 1:15 and 1 last time out at mile and a 16th, it was 1:15 and 2 at 1 mile. So that extra 16th running a little bit faster is actually a pretty good improvement. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this horse do well. Hasn't run in 5 months, so I'm not quite sure how it's going to respond with the long layoff. It's not making its 3-year-old debut. We saw that in January. And the workouts recently haven't been all that sharp. The one thing that's going for this horse is positive. You got Todd Pletcher, obviously, Luis Saez, great combination. But I am a little bit concerned that the horse might not be as sharp based upon its workouts. Finally, the 7 horse, I suspect this is a horse that could surprise and be near the pace early on. 6 races, 1 win, nothing else. Maybe a press them early and fade type, Terry?
Yeah, I think so. I would actually throw the horse out for my bets, but yeah, I think it might press a little bit, but I don't think after about a half mile it'll still be there.
All right, so now it's time, Terry, to go ahead and lay them out. How do you see them lining up?
Well, I like the 5 first, and then the 6 second, and the 2 third. So it would be, My Best Friend with Coffee Bar and Fair Lassie.
So 5, 6, 2 for you. I'm going 5, 1, 6, and 3. We'll find out how they line up when it goes official. Till then, good luck with your bets on the contest and at the track. We'll see you when it's official.
Okay, see you later.
You know, Terry, I for the life of me don't understand why I do dumb things that hurt myself. I don't. I'm not a fan of horses coming from races like Parks to Belmont,
Yeah.
and of course you saw it right there. The horse showed speed, had the quality for the first 70% of the race, but when when quality came, when class came, he went back,
That's
and
right. Yeah.
that's the reason why I typically don't like those horses, and yet I put them on top. And then my second, third, and fourth place horses run first, second, and third.
Yeah,
And
that happens to me a lot.
mm,
So
so and I just wonder why. I just can't stop and help myself. Right? I know it's not going to work, but the numbers say it's going to work, and I believe the numbers instead of experience. And sometimes I have to have the emotional intellect to override that and say, you know what? Maybe he does well, but I got to downgrade him 2 or 3 spots, put him third or fourth. If he comes in, beats me, as long as I have it, I'm all right.
yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's true. And the one pays pretty good too. It's pretty nice odds, I think.
Yeah.
72.
And when you look at it, I mentioned that the 7, the 5, the 3, and the 1 all would be kind of in the mix for the early pace. And I don't know how the 7 broke, but definitely the 1 and the 3 were in the mix.
Yeah.
And then the 1 and the 6, I said, had the best late pace. So if he was one of the fastest horses early and one of the fastest horses late, by golly, it makes sense. He's probably going to be one of the likely winner. But anyway, still decent trifecta. The 1, 6, 3 trifecta pay $29.12. And if you put Terry's 2 at the back end for a 10-cent superfecta, $25 in a nickel. You can't beat that, right?
Nope, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that'll work.
Yep.
And you see today, Rich is sporting his
Oh,
horse racing radar gear, baby.
That looked pretty nice. I like that.
Well, it's the man that makes the shirt. The shirt never makes the man, Terry.
That's right. That's right. I agree with that. So
that's what a football coach told me when I was in high school. One day I was in, prepping my hair in the mirror and all that stuff. He said, "Rich, what are you doing?" I said, "Coach, I'm getting ready. I'm a teenager. You got to make sure you look right for the ladies." And he said, "Rich, let me tell you something. It's never the clothes that make the man. It's the man that makes the clothes." And from that day forward, Mr. Lupin, if you're listening or watching, thank you, because I've always lived under that motto.
Sounds great. Yeah. I'll take that to heart.
Yes, indeed. So we're up. Next race is race number 6. It is, I think it's going to be a turf race, right?
I think so. Yeah.
I don't know if they move this one off the turf or not, because it's not a one of the stakes races, but I would suspect with them upgrading the track, there's probably a good likelihood that the race is on the turf still. Let's see real quick before we check out of here. Yep, it's listed on the turf is good, so they're going to be running on turf, so make sure you handicap it for the turf. The 1 horse is scratched, and all the 13, 14, 15, and 16 are out. Deep field, Terry, better get to work, because we got to come back and make up for putting that 5 on top.
All right, I'll do that.
See you 10 minutes to post.
Okay.
I don't know about you, Terry, but this is a tough one for me. Are you on mute, my friend? I unmuted you.
There you go.
Yes, indeed. That was the smartest thing I ever heard you not say.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's wide open as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, it is pretty wide open. We got 7 furlongs on the turf. The track is rated good. Now, if there's one thing I've learned from working with Tom on these international horse races, is there's typically softer grass over in Europe, in England, and maybe not so much in France, but definitely in England and Ireland. And typically you find in those scenarios, the closers do better than the speed horses, because here in the States, we usually have fast, rock hard grass. And if they get a little bit of water, they scratch them off and move it to dirt. I think sun's out today, so the track's probably improving. Any precipitation this race might have been on dirt. So looking at the pace early on, I think you got 4 horses that are likely to jump out to the lead. You got the 3, the 5, the 11, and the 10, I think are going to be your pace setters. But if you're looking for closers, you have some price horses with the 4, the 8, and the 9 that I think could be the strongest comers late. And then just about everybody else is jumbled up in a pack as to how fast they'll be coming. So if you like the speed, you have one set of horses. You like the closers, you have another set of horses. You ready to run through these and see if we can find one?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
All right. So number 1 is, let me speed up to here real quick. I think the number 1 is scratched, right? So I don't have to worry about that one. So number 2 is Courage's Contender.
Yeah, I know.
This is a horse that's making its first start since May and has done well at Belmont. 4 races, 2 wins. 2 wins and 8 starts on the turf, but maybe get a little bit of step up in class here. What do you think?
Yeah, he's a really deep closer. And the problem I see is that he either wins or he doesn't do anything. So
yeah, 10 races, 2 wins. So yeah. I don't see him in my late pace figures. I don't see him in my early pace figures, and he's not well rated by speed rating or in the way I rank horses. So I'm going to pass on whatever the 2 horses' name is. Another good one, Scociotore, I guess. The 2 horse, 5-1 morning line. It's a horse that's getting a little bit of play right now. Not at 8-1. So what do you think about the 3 horse, Terry?
Well, this horse either likes to run on top or real close to pace, and that's an angle that I like. Mm-hmm. So I think this horse has got a great chance. It's been in the money 100% of the time this year, winning one of those. Mm-hmm. And it's been in the money 6 times out of 9 for life. Its lifetime. So
I agree. I have it on top of my pace figure analysis. So I do think that he's going to be near the pace at Belmont. A win 2/3 in 4 races, has a win at the distance. My only concern is it's ran across the 7 furlongs once before on a good surface at Belmont and got to the lead and just went straight back, finished 10th of 11 by 9 3/4. So I don't like that run whatsoever at all. That horse is only good surface run. Number 4 is Bad Guy. So horse I think will be closing amongst the hardest late and hasn't had one run across a good surface, finished 7th, but continued to close ground and only finished 2.5 lengths behind the leader in a 12-horse field.
Yeah, this horse actually for me it's a toss out because he's got more experience than any horses in here. It's 49 lifetime starts, but it's only won 3% or 3 times 6% of the time. He has ran 2nd and 3rd quite a bit, but I just don't think he's going to be in the mix at all.
Number 5, Dr. Blute is the favorite at 9-5. I think I can see why. I ran on the turf one time. It was good. Got blocked at 6 furlongs and just couldn't quite get there despite the block. I think if he gets a clean path, I think he probably makes this one look easy.
Yeah, Pipe looks fairly decent. Has a really good jockey with John Velasquez. And, he ran not a bad race last time. Like you said, he had some problems, but I don't know. I personally, I don't care for the horse that much.
Number 6, Saratoga Flash. Last time broke its maiden at Belmont on the turf. One try across a turf course. Jose Ortiz gets up, I think, the 11 to get on this one. And so that tells you who he likes. What do you think is going on with the 6 horse?
Well, he's moving up in class, which to me is not something I usually like that, but in this case, I don't think it's a good move for him. And of course, he has Ortiz and Barkley tag, but no, I think he likes to run close to the pace. I just don't see him doing that well. So.
Number 7, our man Mike, raced 6 times, hit the board in 5 of them. Hasn't run on the turf yet, but the 2 starts on the off track with a 2nd and a 3rd suggests maybe our man Mike could offer some value at 14-1.
Yeah, I agree with that. He's actually my 4th pick, and I think going to the turf the first time, you just never know how they're going to do, and I think this is a good horse to throw in the exotics.
They didn't like the 8 horse last time with Dylan Davis on board, and it was almost 65-1. Broke its maiden 6 furlongs on a good surface with a nice strong close. Still not getting any respect at 14-1. And what do you think the 8 horse's chances are to repeat?
Well, I give him a lot of respect, and I think he's going to be in the mix again. He's my 2nd choice. I love these horses that come out and show that they're almost like an experienced horse their first time out. He did really well, and like you said, he ran on a good track on the turf, 6 furlongs, stretching out a little bit here, but he looks like the type run that he had that's going to fit right in his wheelhouse.
9 horse making the 3rd start on turf last time out, ran the top last race speed figure, showed some improvement. Fractions were about the same, maybe a little quicker at the final time. But basically the same time for him. What do you think about the 9's chances?
Yeah, the 9. Also, I like the 9. He has, like you said, highest speed rating in the last race. He also has the best turf speed among today's starters. He has a hot trainer who, in the last 5 mounts, have been 2 wins at 2nd and 2/3. And he closes from deep. I think we're going to see. I think in this race we're going to see a deep closer. I don't think the speed is going to hold up as well as it's been holding.
All right. Well, we got just a couple minutes to post. So number 10. Anything you like for the 10?
No, just he has a good workout. That's about all.
Yeah. Well, Christophe Clements, not too bad. 3rd off a layoff, 20%. I think the 10 horse could factor and run better than its odds of 13-1. But I don't like the fact that nobody's putting any money on him. Number 11. Jose Ortiz did get off this horse. Luis Saez is on. You like the 11 at all?
Well, broke through the gate last time, and I always think that a lot of times has an effect on the horse. So I'd like to throw out that last race and look at the race before. So he's got a small chance, but it's not one that I would pick.
Yeah, he's going to be near the front for sure. 12 horse is 39-1, the longest shot on the board, but won its last race on Belmont. What do you think?
Yeah, it's got speed and going to try to lead all the way, but I think it's going to be caught at the end there. So.
I think there's a lot of opportunity to cash a nice ticket here. Terry, what's your ticket?
Okay, I like the 3, and then the 8, and then the 9, and then the 7.
Terry, 3, 8, 9, and 7. I'm going to go. I think the 5 horse that you look back at that one race. If he's clear, he's not in this race today. He'll rebound. So I'm going to go 5, 8, 9, and 4. That's the way I'm lining them up. We'll see how it works out when it goes official. But I got a feeling whoever hits this one is in the contest is going to gain some ground. And if you can put the right ticket together, maybe cash a nice one at the track as well. So we'll see you when it goes official.
All right. See you then.
Well, Terry had the 3-horse there. There he is. I thought maybe he was out celebrating his win. Good call on the 3 there, Terry.
Oh, thanks. I didn't have it in the contest though.
Well, what are you going to do?
I used the 8, hoping that I'd get a big long shot in there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the 8 did kind of run okay early on, but up near the front, the 3-horse wasn't all that far off the pace. So it'd be interesting to see if in these upcoming bigger races on the turf, if you see kind of a similar play out. The 3 and the 10 were like right behind the pace setters. Then they closed and won, and then you had a couple of horses that were at the back third that came in and finished out the trifecta and the superfecta. Yep. I think maybe in the longer races, closing might have a little bit more role in the final outcome, but as I figured, that race was pretty much wide open, and if you had it, you got paid pretty substantially with an exacta and trifecta there.
Yep, I had the winner, but not the second or third choice.
Yeah, the 10-cent superfecta, if you manage to put that one together for 10 cents, paid $515, and the 50-cent trifecta, $283.75. And you could have made a case for all those horses. The 4-horse we had as a closer, the top closer. We had mentioned that Jose Ortiz got off the 11 to ride the 6, so that's one of the reasons there. The 10-horse was part of the early pace, did have some of the better late pace figures, or was in that bunch. And then, of course, you picked the 3-horse. So it wasn't really all that far away from what we talked about.
Right. I agree with that.
And race number 7 is, I think, the first of the stakes races on the day, right? Is that the Belmont Oaks?
It is. It's the one that we have that we featured in our podcast, the Players' Hits.
The Belmont Oaks, it is indeed 1.25 miles on the turf. And if you hadn't checked that podcast out, you still have a little bit of time to listen to what the morning line maker, David Aragona, had to say about the horses in this field and why he put the lines on them that he did. I think it's a very interesting conversation, and one that you might want to listen to. I think the one thing that I took away from that conversation was his paradigm, if you will, if it's an overused word in the 80s or 90s, paradigm. It was not necessarily picking the horses in the order that they're going to finish. That's not his goal.
Right.
Which, for me, I always figured that's the morning line maker's goal, is to get the horses in the final order. His not. His goal is to see how close he can get his morning line odds to the actual final odds, regardless of how they finish.
Right.
Which I thought was interesting.
It was, yeah. But I've always heard that, or learned that usually they set the odds at how they think the public's going to bet it, not necessarily who they think's going to win or whatever. So.
Yeah, I kind of figured, that's how they're going to do it too. I've heard it over and over and over again, but I've never heard it articulated in a way that they could care less who wins, right? And what order they come in. They're concerned about, I put this horse at 5-2 by golly as the favorite, and he went off at 5-2. If he finishes dead last, I don't care. I won because I got the morning line favorite right.
Yeah, I agree.
Which is an interesting kind of viewpoint of things. So
yeah, he was a very good guest. So you should go and check it out.
Yeah, it's I'd say very good guest. And you learn, one of the other things I learned, and taking away your motivation maybe to go there, but these races have been in 2021, Lasix, non-Lasix, right? This is new this year. And we brought that up in the podcast, and he had mentioned from observations that he doesn't really feel like it's been an issue, and it's not been an issue in his morning line making, because his feeling is that trainers know that the horses that bleed too much aren't going to enter them in non-Lasix races. So maybe if it's something that you've been involving in your handicapping, perhaps it's something that it's not as important as we might have made it out to be.
It's true.
All right, Terry. Well, we'll be back for the Belmont Oaks, 10 minutes to post. We kind of ran through this race before, so it's going to be easy comings for you and I. We're going to get back on the winning trail here. At least I am. You got that one.
Yeah.
All right. See you 10 minutes to post, Terry.
Okay, thanks. See you then.
Almost forgot to add you there, Terry.
That's
So
okay.
we have the Belmont Oaks. It's a grade 1, mile and a quarter on the inner turf. You have a pick 5 starting here. We had a 1-to-1 morning line favorite in the 5-horse Santa Barbara, who right now is, I think, about is not 1-to-1, is 8-to-5. What do you think, Terry? Can you single the 5 and get your pick 5 started here, or are you going elsewhere?
No, I'm going to go elsewhere. I mean, I'm going to use the 5 in my pick 5, and that's actually what I did on the podcast. But I like the number 1 to start with. Comalima is going for their 3rd win in a row, and during her career, she's finished 90% of the money, winning 55% of those.
So yeah, when I look at the pace picture here, the 1 horse I think could get away by itself, but our international handicapping expert Tom pointed out to us last week, and as did David Aragona that are on the podcast, that the 2 horse is Serona, is also a speed horse. And if you look at its record on a good track or a soft track, the horse has done very well, has 3 wins, 3 seconds in 8 races, but it's done particularly most of its damage on a soft to good track, much like we're probably seeing today. So the 2 horse might find this track to its liking, might get out with the 1 horse and make Comalima run a little bit faster than maybe she wants to.
Or it could be that the 2 horse Corona would get out and the 1 horse would lay back behind her a little bit, because that horse can run like that. Comalima.
Yeah, I like I do like the fact that the 1 horse might be able to shake free. Does have some of the best early pace numbers in the field. I mean, for the American horses, hands down, Comalima is the fastest. Going to get out to the lead if Serona does not make her work too hard for it. That's my only concern at the distance with Comalima. Number 3 is Higher Truth. The 2 run 2 races in a row, and I expect this horse to be one of the fastest closers late.
Yeah, I agree with that. And as you said, he's 2 in a row, so going for the 3rd one in a row, which is a hat trick. And I think this is a very dangerous horse in here. So,
and when both of it starts over the Belmont course on the inner turf at the distance, 1.25 miles. And right now, the 3 horse is on the morning at 6-to-1. So bet down pretty hard. The 4 horse Spanish Love Affair is not getting any love with Tyler Gaffalione. It's 12-to-1 morning line. It's now 23. The bettors are just fleeing from this horse.
Wow. Yeah, it actually had some trouble last race, got bumped, and, didn't actually run a really bad race, even though it had the trouble that she did. So.
Well, finished second as the favorite. Trainer Mark Cass rebounds with favorites at about 24%. Second start off a layoff. The last time it had a second start off a layoff in a 2-race cycle, though, it did regress dramatically, and maybe they didn't like the fact that it lost to Gam's Mission last time out. So there you have Santa Barbara, the favorite, 1-to-1 according to David Aragona, 3-to-2 on the board right now. So it is taking some action. Kind of up a little bit. So not quite as strong as David thought it would be. And what's your feeling here?
Yeah, it's ran in 3 grade 1 races, so it's a pretty classy filly. And I think that it's going to be really close to the pace here and maybe win the race, although she's my 3rd pick.
Yeah, the only thing I'm a little bit concerned about is the horse got 3 good tracks over there, which is probably our version of fast. And the one time it did get a soft track, finished 5th by 21. Did not seem to like it, but the sun coming out is probably working to Santa Barbara's favorite. Number 6 is Nazuna. This is another horse that's coming across from the pond. Did run once before at Keeneland, the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies and Turf, finished 10th, kind of got mopped up a little bit. But outside of that race in its debut, Nazuna has raced fairly well.
Yeah, done very well. This year has ran a good second in that race over in Epsom. It's been in the money 4 times out of 6 races. So it's a very competitive horse.
Number 7 is Plum Ali. My pace analysis says Plum Ali will be trucking at the end. The question is, will she be too far behind to make up all the difference to get to the winner's circle?
Yeah, she'll be closing. She's actually my 2nd pick. She likes the distance. She has a high percentage trainer jockey, and during her career, she's finishing the money 83% of the time, and she's won 50% of those entries. She has a really good, sharp workout on July 5th of 49.3. Was the best of 18 horses that day.
And the horse is making its second start off a layoff for only the second time. The first time the horse did that, it made some major improvements. So similar sort of upgrade here today, and you could see something positive out of Plum Ali. Number 8 is Gam's Mission. Is a winner of 3 in a row. Is really only one race that wasn't a winning race. That was the debut at Churchill Downs. Came back and has improved 3 consecutive races in a row. Third time off a layoff. Charlie DeVoe got finally his graded stakes win last time out. Is he going to make it 2 in a row?
Maybe. She's my 4th pick, and she's got the highest last speed rating of anybody in the race. She's 3 for 3 this year. Can't say much wrong about her.
So how are you going to lay them out, Terry? What's your final order?
1, 7, 5, 8.
1, 7, 5, and 8. So for me, I agree with you. I like the 1 horse too, though I'm worried about the 2 horse really pressuring them and hurting our chances to win. I have the 1, the 5, the 7, and I feel like Spanish Love Affair is being way overlooked and could close pretty strongly into the close. I think the 7 and the 4 are going to be your 2 hardest closers with the 3 in there. So I'm going to go 1, 5, 7, 4. We'll find out how they line up when it's official. Good luck with your tickets. And of course, good luck with the contest. We'll see you in a few.
Okay.
that race was a little surprising to me, Terry, because the one didn't get pressure from the two like we thought he might. Got to walk around the track, the opening quarter in like almost 25, the second, the half and over 51, 6 furlongs and more than 116. And the 5-horse had the late legs to power the way through. And the interesting thing was Ryan Moore, the jockey, wasn't even whipping him. He's just kind of corralling him, going, come on, let's go. And he still was able to get up.
Yeah, showed a lot of class, that horse did. But I was really proud of the one because she ran her heart out, especially at the end there.
She did run her heart out for sure. But, if there would have been a little bit of faster fractions, I got a feeling she would have been a lot farther back at the end of the race than she was.
I agree with you with that. But there was not a lot of speed in the race other than maybe the two.
And the two did not get out of the gates at all. So that helped them win a lot. Keep an eye on that Santa Barbara come like Breeders' Cup Day and stuff like that, because with that kind of late run without actually being urged, I mean, that's like a Monmouth Park run. They didn't get whipped. Just come on, let's go. Yeah. And she ran through that pack, made her way through, and made it look kind of easy. So
yeah, she looked beautiful. Yeah.
Definitely a big run there. So Terry, today, as I mentioned early on, there's a lot of big sports going on. You paying attention all to Brazil and Argentina for soccer, or the fight, Conor McGregor and Dustin Poirier, UFC?
No, not really. I'm more into horse races than anything else. Maybe a little baseball or football, but I don't pay much attention to the fighting or the soccer.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a big fight tonight. Dana White, who heads the UFC, said it's the top fight ever for the UFC in terms of pre-fight buys. So a lot of excitement around that fight. I watch a lot of the press conferences, and I feel like Conor McGregor is trying to convince himself that he is what he used to be versus just talking freely and letting I don't think he's confident in his skills right now, personally. So I think Dustin Poirier, there are some bonuses out there where you can get him plus 150 to win the fight. I think that's probably a good bet. Sean pointed out in the show that we had this morning that 70% of the time in a 3-fight trilogy, the one who won the second fight also wins the third fight. So you can head on over to betus.com, open up an account there, put in the code HHR or GTS. You'll get a deposit bonus and I think a $50 free play. If you want to bet the horses, go ahead and do that. If you want to bet Conor McGregor or Dustin Poirier, Brazil or Argentina or baseball, Terry's San Francisco Giants, you got a lot of stuff you can work on there.
Oh, yeah.
And of course, I forgot to mention, if you want one of these, and you should, it's really a nice quality shirt, Terry. I think you'll attest to that.
Oh, yeah, they're very good.
To your Horse Racing Radar gear. Help us out. Go over there, pick up a shirt on our Facebook page. Head over to the shopping cart area, pick one up. I have a real nice hat over here too. It matches nicely, so I can, when I go play golf, I can pretend like I'm Tiger Woods on Sunday afternoon, dressed in all red. That's the only comparison between Tiger Woods and I on the golf course. All right, so the next race is the Victory Ride Stakes. It's 6.5 furlongs, I think, on the main track. Again, we've seen this race 4 or 5 times. I think we kind of have a sense of how it's going to play out. Get to the front, get to the winner's circle, get to cash a check.
That's how I think it's going to go.
We'll find out. 10 minutes to post what Terry thinks, what I think, and most importantly, hopefully you'll have the winning tickets and be able to cash both in the contest and at the window. See you then.
Okay.
Hey, Terry, how are you?
I'm fine. I've been having some internet problems, so I've been working on that.
I'm having some old man problems. I'm working on that. Some clumsiness, Terry. I have a
Uh-oh.
little bit of. Oh, there it goes again. I have a little bit of my drinks next to me, and I did something, reached over and knocked an open bottle of Mountain Dew over on the table. So I'm surprised I didn't get. Thankfully, the microphone wasn't open again.
That's cool. That's good.
Yeah, that's not very fun, but what are you going to do? So anyhow, we're off to race number 8, which is the Victory Ride Stakes, and I think some scratches here might have an impact on how this race plays out.
Yeah, I agree with that. I know the number 1's scratched. I haven't looked and see. Let's see what else is scratched. I guess number 8's scratched also. So.
Yeah, I thought Bella Sophia would be a part of the early pace, but
so did I. She was really actually, I think, my 3rd pick. So,
well, let's see how we're going to like it right now. So we have the 1 horse. It looks like my internet's a little bit scratchy too, from what I can see from myself. So hopefully you can hear me as I tweak out. So 6.5 furlongs. We've seen this race. Speed is going to matter. Inject is probably going to be more of the middle of the pace. I have it actually listed as the 2nd fastest horse in my pace analysis. So I think Inject and Tyler Gaffleone will be a part of the early pace. You know, Tyler Gaffleone, Brad Cox, 2 really good people at their trade.
Yeah, I agree with that. Brad Cox has had in the last 14 days out of 6 entries, won 2 of them and ran 3rd in 1. And Inject is going up in class. I like when they climb the class ladder most of the time. Depends on what they look like. But, you know, Inject's also going for a hat trick after winning 2 races in a row.
Right. And then you got the 3 horse, which is Miss Brazil, which is right now 5-2, the 2nd favorite.
Yep. Yeah, that's right. And she's tough. She's actually my 2nd pick. So she's, I don't know, she broke through the great gate last race, and I think that could have affected her race that day. That's why I give her an excuse for that. She likes the distance. She's won both of her start at today's distance, and she has a very good workout. Belmont, 4th furlongs, 47 breezing. She was number 1 out of 96 other workouts. So that's
and the good. Only other time Jose Ortiz rode her, she won by 5.5. Made it look easy. So we'll see if she can do it again. Number 4, Overcharged, is a horse that undefeated in 2 starts, and neither one have been close. And Sean pointed out that won the last race at Monmouth without any urging.
Right, that's true. And won on a sloppy track, and she's won on a fast track. So, you know, she's undefeated in both career starts, like you said. She's also got a hot jockey in Saez, so I think she'll do really well.
I think people must have been listening to our show, because Super Sensational was David's pick here, and the horse was 8-1 on the morning line. It's 9-2 right now, so David may have talked the horse down.
Yeah, he could have done that. The only thing I don't like is it hasn't raced for more than 2 months. If it gets up to that 2 months and over, I kind of shy away from those horses. But it does have the best dirt speed, is close to the average winning speed of this race. So,
and has the some 2 blistering fast workouts down at Churchill Downs. Though Mike Smith told us that the track surface at Churchill is a little different than it is elsewhere. So maybe pointing towards a race at Churchill Downs. Red Ghost, I think Red Ghost is going to be on the lead, Terry.
Yeah, Red Ghost is very quick. Won 2 in a row. Looks like looks like there's a lot going on with this horse. It's also been off for 57 days, but been working consistently since having that break. So could come out and do really well.
Yeah, the only race it did not fire on was its lone turf start. Otherwise, 3 times on dirt, 3 wins. So kind of can't beat that, right? Including a grade 3.
No.
Number 7, Australasia. This is the favorite. It's 2-1 on the morning line, 7-5 right now. You have Joel Rosario, Brad Cox. Now they've won 4 out of 12 together. This horse has won every single race it's ever been in.
Yeah, you can't say much more than that. I mean, this horse is really top notch, been top form. Uh, Never has finished less than 2 lengths or 1 length ahead, and she can run either way. She can run on top, or she can come from off the pace. She's got again Rosolio in the saddle and trained by Brad Cox. Actually, it's the single that I have in my pick five. So
The thing that interests me a little bit, well, I don't know. I'm surprised Florent Giroux's not on the horse, to be honest with you. But I don't know. Maybe Joel Rosario rode it a little better last time out, and that's what Brad Cox likes. Number 8 is Scratched Shop Girl. So how are you going to lay him out, Terry? Is the 7 horse going to continue? Well, you said you singled him, so I mean, I guess
yeah,
you're putting him on top.
yeah, 7. I think 7's going to win this, and if 7 doesn't win it, then the 3 or the 2 will probably win.
7, 3, 2. So for me, I'm going to go a little bit different here. Winning the 7 or 8 races in a row is kind of hard. So I think the 7's probably going to win. 3-2 is probably about the right place for the horse. But I'm going to go 3. I'm going to go 6. I'm going to go 7. And then I'm going to go 4. So 3, 6, 7, 4 is how I'm laying it out. Which I'm hoping to catch some prices here and maybe catch back up in the race. So we'll see you when it goes official.
All right. Thanks.
That's why you want to listen to the Players Edge podcast and go watch our YouTube videos, right, Terry?
That's right. David sure had that one locked in.
Yep, he said the 5 horse was a little bit off the beaten trail, and he thought they would run better than its odds, and it came back and won. And there's something I have to admit I missed in that race, and that's that the track got upgraded to fast.
Oh yeah.
And the last time we were at Belmont, and the track was fast for one of these contests, the one turn races speed did not hold up whatsoever at all, and the closers came to win. That, I think, was the first race on dirt that was listed as fast, and the speed just flattened, went straight backwards. And I don't know if that's going to play that way the rest of the day, but that's certainly how it played the last time we were at Belmont. One turn was definitely closers, 2 turns were speed.
Yep. I agree with that. Although I think something happened with the number 7 horse, Australia Asia. Just didn't run at all. Didn't break well. Something's amiss, I think.
Yeah, maybe pulled a hammy or something. Hopefully nothing too significant, right?
Yeah, I hope not.
Yeah, but I would expect, maybe it'll be some time on the shelf and you'll see that horse back. But yeah, definitely didn't fire. I mean, winning 2 horse races in a row is difficult, let alone
it is
7.
It is. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. A lot of times when they've won that many, I think to myself, oh, maybe I should just lay off this. And so you pegged it pretty right there. So
No, I didn't have any of those horses, unfortunately. I had the 3, the 6, the 7, and the 4.
no, but you did say that you didn't think that the 7 would win. So
Yeah.
you were kind of off the 7. So
Yeah, so I put him third. I should have put David's 5 horse in there.
yeah,
instead.
there's number 1. Yeah,
Yeah, for sure. What are you going to do? I thought the 3 horse was going to have that race when the 7 horse didn't fire it. Well,
yeah.
It's the 3 horses race. No hand, no hand ifs or buts about it. On the lead, speed's been holding up, and that one just kind of pulled up as well. So I wonder if it ran too fast or just got tired, or maybe, like I said, the last time we were here when the track was fast, one turn speed did not hold. So we'll see if that's the case in the later races. But the next one's on turf, so it's not an issue anyway.
Yeah.
So it's the Belmont Derby, and we'll see how we stack them up in the next race. So 10 minutes to post.
All right. See you then.
See you, Terry.
Bye-bye.
Well, Terry, it's the last of the stakes races. Another mile and a quarter. We saw this race 2 races back
Yep.
on the inner turf course. What do you think is going to happen here? We saw that 5 horse, the foreign horse, come from nowhere without any prompting, well, without any whipping, and take the W over our Con Lima horse. What do you think is going to happen here? Another closer?
It could be possible, but I didn't actually use that horse in any of my picks. I have a hard time sometimes figuring out these foreign horses. So, yeah, it looks like he's pretty good. But I did pick one of the foreign horses as my 4th pick. I actually like the Hard Love, which I don't know. We'll see what happens. But as far as the horses go, if you want to start with like the number 1, he's a deep closer. He has a good record at this distance.
Palazzi?
And he does really well on the turf. He likes the turf a lot. So.
Yes, 5 out of 6 in the money for sure. And according to my analysis, probably has the best late pace in the field. So it depends on how far back he gets. But if he doesn't get too far back, maybe he can make it to the wire first. Certainly, I think a pretty live horse here as well. Number 2 is Bolshoi Ballet, which is the 7-5 morning line favorite. And David told us that he feels like this horse is a good horse too.
Yeah, and the horse has won a good grade 3 by 6 lengths over in Ireland. So, and he's ran at this distance. So I think that's something that's in his wheelhouse.
Same jockey trainer combination that won the other race, the Belmont Oaks. Just a couple races back. Same scenario, horse shipping in from overseas, same jockey, same trainer. I know Sean mentioned that the trainer was 6 for 62, and he was no way taking him. And now he's 3 for 63, and maybe going to go 4 for 64. Safe Conduct. David had this horse in his top 3 picks, and the horse right now, I believe, is something like 18 to 1, 22 to 1. So apparently they're not paying attention. Last race out, he gave us the 5 as a price. This time he's given us the 3.
Well, he ran in the grade 3 last time and ran 4th by 13. I think for me, he's a little overmatched. I think this is a little tough for him. So
it could be for sure. Let's look at number 4, Sainthood. This is a horse that Sean pointed out. The only race that he hasn't finished 1st or 2nd in was the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. This is his first time to try turf. But his breeding suggests that he'll like the grass. He appears able to lead or come off the pace, which is, as I said in the past, is an angle that I really like. So,
Number 5, Du Jour, is French. Probably the only French words I can say correctly.
Yeah, he's in top form. He's won 4 races in a row or 3 races in a row, and I think he's going to win or try to win the 4th. He's got Flavian Platt again in the irons. He rode him all 3 times that he won, and he has the highest per race earnings in the race.
So I see something interesting here, Terry. Maybe I had dismissed me before, but in the trainer that will not be named, starts with B and O in the middle and B in the end, Bob.
Yeah.
This horse used to be in his barn. Now it's in Belmont's barn. Excuse me. But do you know who the owner is?
No, I haven't looked and seen that.
Natalie Baffert.
Oh, wow.
So does Belmont really train this horse?
Probably not.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure he does, but it looks to me like the Bafferts own the horse, was out of the Baffert barn. I would expect that this horse is, you may be a little bit of working around the rules. I don't know what's going on there. Hard Love, number 6.
Yeah.
Manny Franco. This is a horse that's really run all good races. The only race that didn't really win was on the only time that he was on a good surface. The track is probably still good on the turf. It may have been upgraded to firm, but no, it's still good. What do you think about his odds? It gone up to 5 to 1.
Yeah, I like Hard Love a lot. I think that he has the best turf speed race among today's starters, and he's going up in class, which is, again, that's something I like seeing. He has finished 100% of the time in the money and during his career, and 75% of those races he won. I think this extra distance, the little eighth of a mile extra is going to really work for him.
I'm a little bit concerned that the horse is going to fractions last time were out a little bit fast, is the early pace leader, and may or may not be able to. I could see Hard Love doing Cone Lima, carrying the race 85-90% of the way and just getting beat at the wire, much like Cone Lima did the first time around. Number 7, Tokyo Gold, is a horse that's raced 7 times, 3 wins. 3 of the 6 wins coming on. 3 of the 6 times on turf. Has a win. Last time out, ran on a good surface in Rome, Italy. I don't know what the horse racing like is in Rome, Italy, but went on a good surface by 4. It's been on a good surface only once, and that was its best race.
Yeah, and I like this horse, my 4th pick. That was a grade 2 race in Italy. And again, like you, I'm not sure how it compares, but this horse ran a pretty good 4th in the Longchamp in France. So, I think he's got a real good chance. He's got a really good jockey with Velasquez, who's the last 7 days has had 8 mounts with 2 wins, 2 seconds, and a third.
And then we have Cellus, the 8 horse, Julian Laperot, and George Arnold II. So horse that's, last 3 races and nose away from winning them all.
Yeah, that's true. And he's really going to try to go to the front, I think. He's going to race pretty fast. So,
And finally, we have the 9 horse, which is Hidden Enemy, not getting any attention anywhere on the board. Is it going to get any attention from you with Steve Asmussen winning 37% of his Belmont starts so far?
Well, I'm not going to use him, but having said that, he's a deep closer, and I think that the extra distance will help him. Last race out, he was bottled up and brushed by a foe, and he still ran a decent 4th against Cellus and Palazzi. So
how are you lining them up?
I like the 6, 5, 4, 7.
6, 5, 4, 7. I'm going to go 6, 2, 5, and 4. Although I feel like maybe putting David's 3 in there instead of the 4 because of those odds. We'll see how they line up when it goes official, Terry.
All right. Talk to you then. Okay.
Terry, I need to add you to the show, right? To make it.
There you
No,
are.
I'm not. So it doesn't look like I'm talking to myself. The carbon copy of the Belmont Oaks.
Except for the fillies ran a second faster than the males did, which shows how good the competition was in the fillies, or how good those horses were.
Well, I think they ran a lot slower earlier on in this particular race, because I think they won the leader, the 6-horse, ran like 117-1 and still couldn't hold on. So
I know
that's pretty bad.
Well, he had no excuses whatsoever. So
no, it just apparently must be really heavy footing, and that's why the closers are coming off. So the track is probably heavier than it is listed good, because of how slow the fractions are, and then the fact that the fractions are so slow. I mean, typically, if I'm watching a race and I see my horse is 117 after 6 furlongs, I'm like, you can cash the ticket now.
Yeah, that's true.
Even with cheap horses.
I was feeling pretty good until they got turning into the stretch, and then I thought, uh-oh.
Yeah, looked a lot to me like the other race along the way. So I don't know. So race number 10 is coming up now. That's going to be it's the end of the stakes races. And it is going to be a maiden race on the turf. So I guess we can't pay attention to any speed on the turf. Got to look for horses that are coming off the pace in this upcoming maiden race. And we might have a special guest along the way. Maybe not. I don't know. Sean is going to join us live from Delaware Park to talk a little bit about the Delaware Handicap, or as they call it in the local area, the Del Cap. So I don't want to sound like a tourist. So he says he'll be on in a minute. When he comes on, he'll give us a on the spot kind of view of what's happening at the track, some insights, and hopefully some winners of what he's seeing for the day. And maybe I have a special guest, Trevor McCarthy or something. Who knows? I doubt it, because the horses are coming up, but I know he's going there to say hello to one of our favorite guests, a very good friend of the show.
All right.
We'll see you 10 minutes to post for race number 10 at Belmont. And as soon as Sean pops in, I'll bring it right up without the count. So just keep it right here, as they say in TV or on the radio. Like, we'll be back in 2 and 2, like that old dating show or whatever it was.
Yeah.
See you then.
Right. See you then.
As promised, there he is, all cleaned up, decked out.
Hey, have the horse racing radar follow on?
Yes. Has anyone come up to you and said, "Hey, wait a minute, are you the guys that keep giving me great bets?"
No, not yet. But I did just get to. I said hi to Trevor earlier. I got a picture with him. So.
All right, so we'll put that up on the site. We got to get him in the horse racing radar pants as well.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but he was just as nice in person as he is on the show. And first race, everybody was absolutely all over him, and he took time for everybody. He's a stand-up guy.
Yeah, that seems like, he's been nothing but a great friend to the show, and no ifs or buts about that. So what are your observations from the track today, Sean? Are we going to looking for speed, closers? How are you doing?
I am not doing all that well, and actually speed's holding up. It wasn't as we did the trends, but like we say, the special days, it's kind of changed here.
Yeah, so they souped up the track a little bit?
Yes, definitely.
How is Blake liking the horse races?
He likes the tractors and gates and everything else a lot more, but he's enjoyed himself.
Fantastic. All right. So are you going to change your picks now based upon the track conditions?
No, I stuck with the 5-3-6 here.
Stuck with the 5-3-6. Yeah. So if you want to, Sean and I, along with Tom from Tom and Tom, have you run into Tom from Tom and Tom?
Actually, Tom is right here right now.
Oh, yeah. Cool. What's up, Tom?
Fellas,
How are you?
I'm hoping for Miss Marissa here.
Vote for Miss Marissa, yes. To beat
Miss
Bonnie
Marissa,
South.
we were talking last night with Danny and the Irons, trying to bet against Bonnie South here. But we'll see what happens. It's going to be a good race. I mean, we have Dream Marie with like I to call him Delaware Joe Bravo, and some drunk over here said no, his name is Delaware Jersey Joe Bravo. I said no, he's been owning Delaware lately.
Yes, he's been commandeered.
Yeah. I mean, he's been coming here lately, and all he's been doing is eating steak.
Well, that's the way I like to go. But Terry, he doesn't eat steak. Terry eats prime rib.
No, I didn't until it went and doubled in price.
Well,
no, it's great to hook up with Sean here. It's a hell of a day. It's beautiful. We've been hitting races. We hung out with Trevor McCarthy, our prodigal son. It's been a good day.
sounds like it. So one of these days, Terry and I will have to make the trek across the country, catch up with you guys at
look at that.
Delaware or something.
Beautiful
Yeah.
paddock.
Mm-hmm. It is nice. Looks like my backyard.
Oh wow. Well, maybe we'll go head out to Chicago.
Yeah, mine just has one of those overground pools on it. Takes up the whole backyard. That's it. And everything around us has to be bulletproof and 20 feet tall.
No, it's a good day, and we'll see what happens here. We got a couple minutes to the Delaware Handicap.
All right. Well, we'll let you get on over there so you can snuggle on up to the finish line, and good luck with your bets.
Oh yeah, no, it's a great thing about the phones. So I just did my I did Miss Marissa, Bonnie South, and the number 2, and Dream Marie for my 4-horse trifecta, like I was telling you guys last night.
Mm-hmm. And for those of you who haven't caught it, you can head on over to Horse Racing Radar. We have a story up with the trends, the projected pace, projected late pace. All of it's there. We try to make sure we cover everything. Sean, Tom, and Tom, thank you once again.
Before we go, look. Can anybody get as cool as sunglasses as that?
Oh, those are cool.
No, they cannot.
I like those.
Yeah, I think my Ray-Bans are cool, but they're not that good.
No, you have to bring me a pair of those, Sean.
Okay, we'll send you one.
All
righty.
Enjoy the rest of the day.
Yeah,
You
we'll
too.
see you later. Bye, Sean.
Thank you, guys. See ya.
That was cool.
Yeah, that was fun. All right. Well, we'll be back in a few minutes, in about 6 minutes for race number 10 at Belmont Park. Hopefully, you've gone over to Horse Racing Radar to get your insights for the upcoming Delaware Handicap. Maybe we've picked the winner there. Bonnie South is going to be the heavy favorite, and 7 out of the last 10 Delaware handicaps have won by horses that are under 1-to-1 odds, and like the average winner in the last 10 years paid 75 cents on the. So it's been really a chalk race. So hopefully this year, maybe Tom and Tom is right, it won't go chalk, but we'll see if we like the chalk in race number 10 in 5 minutes. Terry will be turning around right back.
All right.
See you in a few. Bye.
Okay.
So as we come here, before we go to race number 10, they are running right now at Delaware Park. The 5-horse Bonnie South went off as the 1-2 favorite. And as I mentioned, the short-priced horses have dominated that race. Right now, Tom and Tom's pick, Miss Marissa is on the lead, followed by Gibberish, Saracosa, and then Bonnie South looming. But it looks like Bonnie South is working already. So maybe we might have an upset here. Yeah, I don't think Bonnie South is going to win. I think it's looking to me like, well, let's see how it plays out. I think Miss Marissa is going to get this, and Bonnie South might finish last. And down the stretch they come. This is my first attempt to be a track announcer. Everybody's in deep suspense. What's going to happen? It's going to be, well, the 3 horses making a charge right here, Dream Marie, but it's going to go, it looks like to me, here they come, the 6-horse, the 1-horse with Trevor McCarthy gaining ground late, and at the wire it's 6-1-2. So if you had Miss Marissa, Gibberish, and Queen Nakia, you did pretty well. And that Queen Nakia was a big overlay too. So hopefully that's what you had. I know that I had Miss Marissa. I had Queen Nakia, but I'm not sure if I had Gibberish. I don't remember because covering too many things. So let's work our way now over to up I-95 into New York to Belmont, where we have race number 10, 8 minutes to post. Again, this race is 7 furlongs on the turf. Terry, closers have been taking their way. Looking at my late pace figures, I have the 2 and the 8 as the 2 strongest chargers coming late. And right now the 3, well, the 2 is scratched, so he can't come anywhere. No. So that makes the 8-horse, the one to catch there.
Yeah.
At the end anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. So I actually like the 3, even though he's a speed horse. I like him pretty well. So
yeah, the 3 horses part of the early pace with the 9.
Yeah.
It looks like it's going to be the 3, the 4 as the early pace horses, and then the tucked behind them will be 9 and the 11.
Yeah, I agree with that. I like the 3, especially since it was ran twice at Belmont and just barely got beat both times, and both times had trouble. So if you can get a clean trip, I think that Rosario will get there to the wire first.
Last time, I mean, it's a good track right now, and I do think the track is kind of heavy, so I'm a little bit concerned that speed might not hold up, especially if the horse gets challenged early on. My boy Colton has some decent works. Maybe the horse will get out and challenge for the lead. That's the 1. The 3-horse, again, looks like it'll be Speed, Ranger Fox. The 4-horse, Beckenbauer. It's a horse that really hasn't run a good race in a while. 7 races lifetime, hasn't sniffed recently, hasn't sniffed in 2021, probably a pass. 5 is a scratch. Number 6, Can You Hear Me Now? 50-1 morning line. The horse hasn't been within 11 horses of another horse at the finish line, of the leader anyway. And last time out was 26 lengths back. Any way that you can make a case for Can You Hear Me Now?
No, I that's a complete toss for me.
Yes, everybody else falls down, right?
Yeah.
The 7-horse Big Castle is another first-time starter, which puts some pretty good workouts out there, too. Tough to say if it's going to get off to an early break, but first-time starters for Bruce Levine, only winning at 7%. Debut on the turf, it's won 2 out of 8, so a little bit better there. Turf starts only 7% out of 177. I'd much rather take the 1-horse if I was going to go with a first-time starter here.
I agree with that. So.
Number 8, Migrate. This is the horse that will be probably coming the fastest. Finished 4th behind Ranger Fox, but did get off to a slow start and had an altered course.
Yeah, that's close. Actually, my 3rd pick. So has some good workouts and been working out really well. So
Jose Ortiz riding the number 9 horse, Ever Resting. Nice couple races there. I think this is one that could be coming hard late.
Yeah, I agree with that. I like the works too. That especially that last one at 35-1, best workout of 30, and so I think actually that horse is my 2nd pick. So
the next horse up is Ready, Seek, Go. Actually, that one's scratched, so we don't have to worry about that one. And then number 11 is Deregulation. one of the favorites, according to our friend David Aragona. Jockey and trainer Manuel Franco and Chad Brown. I think it's the first time I remember seeing Chad Brown's name today. Maybe I'm not. I just didn't see it. But this combination has 2 wins in 2 seconds in 4 races together.
Yeah, it's my 4th pick. I like this horse. It has that was a good race, the first race out, and it has some pretty good works,
So how are you going to lay them out?
So I'm playing the 3, and then the 9, then the 8, then the 11.
3, 8, 9, 11.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go 11, 8, 3, and 9. 11 horses bet pretty well in its debut. Ran a pretty good race. I think it improves the second time around and will be one of the strongest closers late too. So I'm going 11, 8, 3, 9. And again, you're going what, Terry? 8?
I'm going with 3,
3,
9, 8, and 11.
Trying to confuse you. All right. We'll see you when it's official, Terry.
Okay. See you then.
See you then. A formful race there, Terry, for sure.
Absolutely. Very formful.
Yes, 3, 8, 11, 9. I mean, we have the same 4 horses, just different order. You put the 3 on top. I was hoping to catch a little bit of value, but the 3 horse is clearly the best horse in that race.
Yeah.
So we got one race left to go, Terry, to figure out who's going to win this contest. Right now, let's see what the leaderboard looks like. If anybody's got a shot, or if the leader of the pack right now is a front runner that can hang on to there. Well, Dalton does have a 5-point lead, so unless he picks something that doesn't run in the money, and this happened to me like a month or so ago, where I had a 5-point lead and I decided to go. I think I even took the favorite, ran off the board, and ended up getting tied, which that's the kind of way bad beats go for me sometimes. But Dalton's probably got this one in the bag if he has one horse that just generates even 1 point for him.
Yeah. Twice I've tied on the winning contest, and both times I lost because I didn't get my entries in first. So,
well, you have to make sure you get your entries in first. They'd be there when that opens up. Bing.
That's what I'm doing now.
All right. Well, then you won't suffer that tie breaker any longer. Hopefully so we got one race to go. Race number 11. We have a couple scratches. I think the 1, the 2, and the 3 aren't racing. Otherwise, every other horse is in the field. And it is, again, a mile and a 16th, another inner turf course race. We've seen this sort of race on the inner turf, a mile and a quarter, where a horse gets to the lead and runs really slow fractions, but can't finish up. So we'll see if that's exactly what plays out. Again, it is a little bit different of a start this time around, coming out of that chute and turning hard left. And when we had jockey Jose Ortiz on the show, he mentioned that getting out in a hurry here is not such an important factor, even though you got that sharp left-hand turn. Really what's important in that chute is getting position.
Yeah, that's right.
So we'll find out which horses we think will be in the right position going out of that turn, and if we can find some closers to close the show for us and bring us home with a nice ticket in a claiming $25,000 race.
That'd be nice.
Yes, it will be. Got to go home a winner, Terry. Winner, chicken dinner.
Sounds great.
We'll see you in 10 minutes to post.
All right. See you then.
Terry, we bring yet another Saturday live event to a close in the 11th race at Belmont. As we mentioned, it's a mile and a 16th on the inner turf. Got a couple of scratches, and I think we have pretty much a wide open race because the 5-horse is right now the favorite, and it's 3-1.
Yeah, I agree with that. It is a wide open race. I would have a hard time picking in this race, so I kept changing my mind.
Yeah, well, that means the one that you like the first is probably the one that's going to win, right?
Probably, yeah. That's usually the way it works. So.
Yeah, it's changing your mind at the window is never a good betting strategy. It's never been for me anyway. I seem to do like you said, if I change, I never change to the one that wins. I usually change from the one that does win. I can't remember. Maybe it's just the way we think and record things in our mind that we remember the negative and don't remember the positive. I don't know.
Oh, I think that's true. Yeah.
So the 1, the 2, and the 3 are scratched. So I can tell you that none of them are going to win. So let's go with number 4, Mandate. Mandate. It's been across the Belmont course 5 times and has a couple of seconds and nothing else. Do you see anything from the 4-horse?
Well, it's dropping back down in class. It was claimed a couple of races back, and since it was claimed, hasn't ran very well. But dropping back down in class, getting a different jockey. I think likes the distance and also the turf. So I think it's a contender.
And trained by Wayne Potts. If you haven't been over to the Horse Racing Radar site, I'm pretty positive there's a good story in there where Wayne Potts participated with Horse Racing Radar, so you can get to know the trainer a little better.
Right.
I think the 4-horse has got a crack. Jose Ortiz is a good jockey. He's been on the horse 4 times in the last 10 races and has been no worse than 3/4 a length from the winner, including a win in a pair of seconds and a 5th by 3/4. So Jose seems to know how to make this horse run.
That's correct. So.
Number 5, Rejected again. This is the favorite right now at 3-1, down from 6-1. Luis Saez, Michael Maker. Horse should be pretty close to the pace. I think that according to my early pace figures, the 10 and the 5 are going to get out the fastest. I'm not sold on speed holding up based upon what we saw in the first 2 routes on the grass.
Yeah, I agree with that. And also, I think this horse would like a shorter distance. He looks like more of a sprinter on the turf than going longer. So he's got some good works, but yeah, I think they should run it at a shorter distance than this.
Yeah, I think so too. But right now, everybody else seems to think differently with the 5-horse. So, well, hopefully we're right and they're wrong, Terry. We're due for one like that. Number 6, Counter Offer was taken. The early money was a heavy favorite, but now they've kind of backed off. 3rd time off a layoff, which is I don't know that you can really count that for Rob Altruist because this is the first race after being claimed. However, the first time around the track for Rob, horses win at 22%.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this horse. It's it has already won at today's distance, so it can go this way. And of course, it switches to a higher percent trainer. Drops in class today. It was 3rd against the tougher last time out. So yeah, I like this horse.
Outrageous bet, 16-1. It looks like our man David Aragona was pretty close, 15-1 in the morning line. Maybe by the time they go live, a few bucks will come on to make them get right on the target with this one. He's 3rd time off a layoff, only a 7% winner for Amira Chikalki. Maybe I hope I got that right. And Benjamin Hernandez, the 2 have teamed up for 1 win in 8 races.
Yeah, he's been out 51 times in the career and has won 10% of those and been in the money. 17 times out of 51. So yeah, he could be competitive, I guess, although he's not one that I had picked as my bets.
So. No, he's 0 for 14 in the last 2 years. So with a 2 seconds and a 3rd, probably time to retire him to the field and make him a nice pet. Number 8, Acker, won a couple races ago at Del Mar, shipped out east and hasn't come close. 34-1, 94-1, and ran like a 34-1 and a 94-1.
Yeah, he actually drops in class today, but one of the things, he has the highest speed figure at today's distance. So, I think this is a horse, if you look at like his lifetime speed rating, I think this is a horse that just might come in there. It's got a new jockey, Lascano. I think he might upset the apple cart, and he's my long shot.
I think it's going to have to show a lot more than it did to make anything like that happen, because those last two races were brutal. But we'll see. The number 9 horse is Castano. It's a horse that's making a first start off of a mild layoff. The horse has mixed results coming in fresh. Probably not going to run the best today.
No, it's a toss for me. I don't care for the horse.
Yeah, I tossed him out too. Number 10, Honorable Hero. A good name for a horse, but hasn't fared very well. For this last 13.
Yeah. Another toss for me, although he does like the distance. He's been 4 out of 7 in the money, but I also tossed.
Picked him by the pants and gave him a kick in the behind. Number 11, Noble Thought. Looks like to me this horse is going to be the strongest closer of the bunch. Is dropping it slightly in class for Gustavo Rodriguez. Joel Rosario's in the irons. The two have teamed up one time, and they won.
Yeah, and he's been 66% of the time in the money in his career. He's won 29% of those races, which is the highest percent win of any of the horses today's race.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the horse will be coming hard late, and if the late pace is what wins at this, on this little heavy turfed course today, then maybe that horse can have a great shot. But he's going to have to pass number 12, Boru, who's going to be in front of him, tied for the highest last race speed figure, and is dropping in class. Second time after a claim for Michael Maselli, who's won 4 of 12 under those circumstances, has hit the board in 3 of 6 at the distance. 12 horse will be charging hard with the 11 at the end.
Yeah. I think the 12 is a really good pick. It's my top pick. I love that last race where it closed right there at the end, that 4 lengths, just to lose by a length. Even though he ran 5th, and he drops down in class. He's 10 out of 16 in his career. Although the post isn't great, outside post here at Belmont, but I think this horse is going to overcome that.
From what Jose Ortiz told us, that I think basically position is going to be more important here with that straightaway. If Dylan Davis can get his horse in a good spot, I don't know that the outside post is going to be that detrimental. We'll find out. 1 trip across Belmont, though, and 4 trips across Belmont and win, and didn't come close in the others. So in the last race, Terry, how are we going to bring them home and go home a winner?
Okay, I like the 12, 11, 4, and then the 6.
12, 11, 4, 6. Well, we agree on the first 3, just a little different order. I'm going to go 11, 12, 4, and then I'm also going to put in the 5.
And then I'm going to bet a small across-the-board bet on that number 8, just to have a feeling.
Okay.
So,
well, we'll see how that works out. Hopefully that 8 cashes, but I'm hoping it goes 11, 12, 4, 5 so I can cash a cold superfecta to end the day.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it would sound good. It would feel good too. So let's see how it works out, Terry. We'll see you when it goes official.
All right. See you then.
See you then. That's how you go home on a $43 winner, Terry. Too bad we didn't have him.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about him, but yeah, he's not somebody I would have played. So.
Well, he was on the outside of the late pace figures. I had 11 as to come home the fastest. He didn't. The 12, he didn't. The 4 did come home pretty hard. That was the third fastest. And then the 8 and the 7. So, I mean, if I had maybe gone down one more and just boxed the exact box for the 5 fastest closers, would have had it. But unfortunately, that's not usually how I do it. Again, the 10 horse, the 5 horse, the 9 horse, the 12 horse, all pretty much got out to the front and faded. The 7 horse just kind of tucked in behind those horses, had some kick, and was able to run by him at the end and hold off the 4.
Yeah, I thought maybe the 4 would catch him, but no. And of course, my 8 went completely bombed.
Well,
my gut feeling wasn't right.
Well, the maiden claiming, I mean, the claiming $25,000 level at Belmont is probably like the claiming $5,000 level at Hawthorne or something.
Yeah.
So it's not I mean, you bring one of those horses to Hawthorne, they're gonna probably do very well, but at Belmont, it's a different class of horse, and that's why going back to that horse from Parks, I'm really not a big fan of horses, coming in from the smaller tracks to the bigger tracks, because I mean, it's like going from, I don't want to say the minor leagues, but you're definitely stepping up against competition. It's like Division I college sports. Everybody's good.
Yes.
Right. So if you're coming from Division III, where you're used to being a big fish in a little pond, you're going to match up against somebody who is just as good as you are, if not better, in most cases better.
Yeah, I agree. That makes sense.
So that wraps up one more week. I'm not quite sure what we'll be doing. Well, I know next week is the Haskell. So our live contest, I'm quite certain, will be the Haskell at Monmouth. I can't wait to handicap that track. Last time we went there, I had so much fun not knowing who's going to do what. And without the urging, the horses can kind of, create their own path. So I know for sure we'll be doing that. That's probably what we'll be focusing on this week in the Players Edge podcast. No idea who our guest is going to be, but as soon as we know, keep an eye out for it on Twitter, horseracingradar.com. Or keep an eye on it for Facebook. Just search for Horse Racing Radar on both. And then as we announce who our guest will be, we'll let you know. It should be another good week of great information in the week ahead. And Terry and I, on Monday, beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern, 12 o'clock Central, 10 o'clock Terry's time, so they're going to have to get him up early.
Yeah.
We're going to be starting a daily show where we're going to go over some news, some horse racing news. And after we cover some horse racing news, we're going to go over Terry's pick of the day, because Terry's pick of the day have been pretty solid, right? Tell us a little bit about your picks of the day.
Yeah, I've been doing it since last October. I've been doing the guest handicap pick of the day, and I'm running at about 35% win on my first choice. And if you take my first and second choice, it's somewhere around 60%. So
definitely worth coming in. And they're not all 3-2 shots. They're usually 1-2.
Yeah, no, I have some 3-2s, but I've also had some that have paid, anywhere from $11 to $18. So
yeah, it's a good mix. I'm just joking. I'm always pulling Terry's chain because he can take it, but
I can.
Yeah, and then after that, Terry and I will have a specific track for the day. We'll do a pick 4 or pick 3 or some kind of bet where we hopefully can piece together some nice winning tickets so we can fatten up our bankroll for the weekend, this upcoming weekend at the Haskell. And of course, Tom and I will be doing international horses on Friday again. We both had a pretty good day today. I had a nice trifecta in the July Cup at Newmarket. Paid $120 some odd for a buck, so I'll take it.
Yeah, that's nice. That's very nice.
I'm doing better on the international stuff than I am on the domestic.
Well, you're learning a lot from Tom, right?
I think he's starting to learn from me now, Terry.
Well, that's true. I think we learn from all of ourselves.
And our guests. That's the great thing about the Players Edge podcast. I have to say, we've brought on some great guests. So make sure, if you're watching on YouTube, if not, go to YouTube, search for Horse Racing Radar. Hit that subscribe button, hit the bell so that when we go live on Thursday nights at usually 9:30 Eastern time, Sean and I do a show on Friday night where we highlight a race. Today we did the Delaware Handicap with Tom and Tom, and Tom did have the winner, Miss Marissa. So we always have some pretty good information. David Aragona gave us that nice 5-horse today. So come in, learn. It's a community. We're all trying to get better at this together so that we can do what? Cash more tickets.
That's right. That's right.
Fantastic. All right, Terry, it's been a pleasure as always on Saturday, spending this time with you, spending time with everybody. Hopefully you enjoyed it. We'll see you. I did too. We'll see you next week for the Haskell. Until then, good luck at the races.